All right, well, good morning. I guess now good afternoon out here in the middle of the U.S. Welcome aboard Flying with Mike and the Purple People Eaters. Yep, we are Azul. Oh, thoughts and prayers. Yeah, if you didn't catch in the beginning in the text chat, we were talking about the very sad event out over Reagan, CRJ 700 on approach, and midair collision not far from the runway by a military helicopter. Uh, really sad. A lot of sad stories, always sad stories when any of these happen, but on this flight in particular, there was a reported U.S. ice skating team on it and a couple of returning to their country Russian ice skating team people. I'm not sure their whole story, but right now, as Bad Attitude has there, and more than likely, even saying at this point, it's pretty well guaranteed, not guaranteed, but pretty well bet there's no survivors. Um, Oh, yeah, Bad Attitudes saying no survivors and actually went to school with a dispatcher working at PSA. Wow, I can't even imagine what they're going through there at that airline. And DC still recovery efforts in play. Plus, of course, now, how did this happen? And there's video out there, folks. It's course nighttime, so very hard to pinpoint, but there's two really good videos out there and a picture of the aircraft involved. Very sad. From what I understand, 60 people on the CRJ, maybe 64 when you count the crew, and 3 on the Blackhawk. So really a sad day. Uh, so our hearts, our prayers for the families. And here's another throw into this. You got this team on board, plus family and friends, and oh, what a tragedy. So our hearts and prayers are going out to anyone with this flight. Oh my goodness, what a day, and it will definitely be scrutinized for a long time. So, and I ask that you all pray for them as well. Uh, that is just like they say, folks. You never know when that day comes. So, all right, today we are flying a Purple People Eater. The original name of FedEx was Federal Express. Not a lot of people actually know that because it has actually been quite a while. Um, and I can honestly say I actually got to see not the 7.4s. They were actually acquired by Flying Tigers. Um, and short lived, the MD-11s came in and pretty much shoved them to the side, followed by the 777s. So, um, but Federal Express, to some of those out there going, wow, I remember them. But you're going to have some whiskers and some gray on you so to know and to have seen them. So I actually used to go on the ramp in Des Moines and park right next to one. So while I was being up, what was on my trailer put on the Emery jet, and what was on the Emery jet for me put on me. So fun times back in the past. But today we're gonna retro. We're gonna be Federal Express flying for Matt Air 19 or Matt 1997 Air. I'll get that call sign right one of these times. And welcome aboard, sir. Welcome, welcome. And we're flying the Purple People Eater out of San Juan, Puerto Rico, to Bogotá, Colombia. So, Frankie Sim, welcome aboard. How are you? And we are doing well. Thank you for asking. So, one last look at it before we crawl up into cockpit, take a look at this flight. And for some of you out there, this may be your first look at it. Now, it's yeah, we all are mourning that tragic event last night. Ooh, and if you've seen the video, wow. You know, and I used to watch those kinds of things at the airport I was at. We had helicopters, rescue choppers back and forth to the hospitals. You know, it's wow. It just, wow, just amazing. Um, and then to think the Northeast traffic. So yeah, that will be a lot of today's flight. Feel free, chat away about it. Uh, be respectful though. Don't go into places because you just don't go there. So just realize, you know, this is a sad day for all of us, especially like Matt said in the aviation community. Very sad day. So, but we're going to crawl up there, take a look at this flight and get it going. Those of you thinking about the Felis bird, I can only say this. I highly recommend it. It is I will say, study level aircraft. You've got a lot to do to get it started. Um, and we'll talk through a couple things because while I don't use the INS or the LTV, I think they call it, there are two different types of INSs. Um, they're available for you, and you don't have to pay extra for them. So if you're into that kind of flying, they come with this plane. So anyway, let's get up in the cockpit, get this thing going, get Sim Toolkit up here, and let's brief away. Yes, we are on VATSIM. So, all right, disregard because this aircraft's tail number would eventually become one of those airplanes that kicked it away. So, anyway, we're going to be running with 90,000 pounds of payload, almost the same amount in fuel, probably will be by the time we do the calculations over on the EFB. Yeah, I know, 747-200s did not. This is, Matt, the Felis 747. Highly recommended by Flying with Mike. Now, disregard passengers, disregard cargoes. Our goal will be make the payload as close to that as we can. Okay, so kind of disregard the second block here. Down below shows you our route, and we're crossing a lot, and that's why there is a lot to it. Now, I've kind of saved some time here. I do have a company route for it. We'll fly at Mach 85 or 0.85. I hate how it says that there. And start off at 38,000, ending up at 39. And that's basically how we are magnetically with 180. All right, and the weather? Well, what do you expect here in the Caribbean? Temperatures in the mid 80s. Oh, can't beat that, folks, especially when you're up here and it's been so cold. But thankfully, I can report this. Most of the snow is going away thanks to a couple of 50-degree days and now 50-degree day with rain. Well, 40 degrees, but still above freezing. That will help to melt some of it away. However, in San Juan, we have a wind of 040. It's 11 knots, gusty to 20 knots, 10 miles of visibility, and just a couple of scattered clouds at 3,000. Just like I said, a beautiful 29 degrees Celsius day. Bogotá gets actually gets colder. 66 degrees. Now realize they're 8,000 feet above sea level. So high altitude operations for the landing, at least. Winds there, 130 at 5 knots. Right now, they're reporting a broken sky at 3,500 feet. I hope somebody here in the audience can go down there and fix that sky so it's no longer broken. And 66 degrees, like I said, Fahrenheit, making it 19 degrees Celsius. So, should be a fun flight. There is, as you can see on the map, the rain over here. I don't know if that pushes that way down in that part of the world or not, but we'll see. Bogota is a fun airport to fly into, especially if they're landing on the 3.5s, I believe it is. No, no. Well, anyway, opposite. So, wait a minute, 3.2s. My bad. I should have known that right off the top of my head. Oh, man. Has it been that long? All right, so let's get this thing going, shall we? Let me get Sim Toolkit out of the way. And like I said, we are on VATSIM over in the cargo area as best as I've been able to tell. Give you a little layout here. Terminals behind us, more cargo. The FedEx 208s that work the Gulf and the ATRs park here in the ramp just to our immediate south. And yes, way off there at the end of the runway on the south end there, there is another cargo area. So I know UPS works out there, but that sure doesn't look like a ramp fitting. Well, maybe it is. Hard to tell from here. But anyway, looks like, I don't know if that's actually supposed to be there or not. Huh. Interesting, that water there. All right, but we are about ready. Let's get this fearless bird underway. Now, like I said, there's a couple ways you can do this. Let's load the plane first. So we'll come over here. Yeah, I know there were no EFBs on these planes, nor a tablet. They weren't even invented yet with this plane. So click the home button. Now, couple of things on here. The load calculator, just as the word says, that's all it does, calculate. Refuel and payload will actually do as they say, fuel or put the payload on. INS just helps you with coordinates, gives you a few things you can do. Ground is where we were, and you do a lot of this. You have to have power on the plane to open the doors. Don't know why for any of the the main deck doors, other than if there was a cargo door. I don't know, but that's how they work. And the rest we'll get into. And then checklists, you can actually listen to pilot, co-pilot, flight engineer go through checklists to get you going if you want to go that route. And that's perfectly fine. That's how I did it. First couple of flights to get the hang of it. All right, so let's, like I said, load up here. All right, our destination. So from our sim brief, which was where all that data came from, we're looking at, how about that? About 1,000 miles. Let's go. Let's take it up to 1,100 miles to be safe. Desired flight level. We'll go for 390. All right, tailwind. All right, now here's where it gets a little complicated. We're having an average wind 247 at 20 at our altitude, so it's an averaged. Okay, so that means we're going to be flying into it, so it's a headwind, not a tailwind. All right, so we should see our fuel go up with wind speed. If it doesn't, go the other way. So let me show. We're at 62.4 right now. Let's just put in a 10 knot and you see how it dropped. See how it went up. So we're going to go that way, at least 20. Yeah, we'll go 20. Alternate distance, SCAR. Hang on a second. SCAR is, come on, give me the mileage. Okay, we'll go down another place. There it is, 147. Now you're going to watch these move in 50-mile increments. We'll use that. I use a minimum 10% and a minimum 20, and I look at my fuel. Okay, we're still, I'm going to bump us up to 30-minute taxi, and there we go. And a 20% contingency. Now that's going to bring into play our 45-minute reserve, 5 to 10-minute reserves we run at the airport, maybe more depending on it. When you're flying international, you take your longest alternate. We only have one, so we don't have a real long one. The goal is to get to your airport. That's the obvious. If you have to shoot a mist, be able to get to your alternate at that point, but then still have the 45-minute reserve. That's how I fly. Now, different countries, different flavors. So however that's you. You're the guy in the seat. It's up to you. All right, so that took care of fuel for the aircraft. And we're at 90,000. We were looking for 89. We'll see how that works out. So that took care of the fuel. Now we're going to do the payload. This could get a little tricky. Let's just try the preset of 25,000. That brought us up to 100 people. That could be pretty good. Let's see what 50% does. That's actually not bad. We're going for 90. You know what? We'll keep it at 50. And let's try 25 down below. How about 50 below? And there, that, you know what? We can fine tune this now by just rolling numbers back. See how you can do that with your mouse. Actually, I'm going to just run with it. And our fuel adjusted slightly too because of the weights. So now we're at 103,000 pounds of fuel. So we'll go with that. Again, adjust, everything adjusts. Now here's how our load sheet looks. You don't have to look at it, but it gives you an idea what it looks like. So there's our fuel. Here's our what's in the compartments underneath the aircraft and in the main cabin area, 42,000. That's actually not too bad. Would like to have flipped that, but you know, hey. And then, like I said, you don't have just return to the main screen. We're done with this page. Go back to home. Now, click load data sheet. This tells you we gotta pump in or bring our fuel up to, or we can instantly. So you can see with 47,000 pounds of fuel to pump in, that could take a little bit. Now, we could do that. Let's do it. All right, and it's starting to fuel. And payload. Again, always hit the data sheet so you get it all. And again, you can go instantly board and load, or you can board and load. I'm going to do it this way. And then we're going to continue on. And we'll show some neat things here once that's all done. All right, let's get into the checklists, shall we? All right, now I'm just going to take you through how Captain Mike here with Flying with Mike sets the airplane up. When I start the plane, get in the cockpit, go over here to the flight engineer, turn the battery and the standby power on, then chocks and power, because you won't hear if they put them in or not. You got to have the battery and all. It don't make sense to me, but it's okay. APU is up here in the upper left, but we're just going to walk our way across. Once we're fueled, we'll kick the APU on. Galley power, get all 4 buses on. Galley chiller, put those on. Trim air on. Humidifier on. Even though we don't really have people back there. Gasper, and we'll put the recircs on back there. Let's put all 4, include the cockpit. Now, if it says test and I skipped, and I apologize, test it. Okay, got 2 here, top and bottom. Overheat, and fire check. So again, we've done our middle. Now we got 2 more checks. Now what I recommend, come over here to the circuit board and then point to the front, your eyes. The next tests will involve the T handles and red buttons you see in the middle. Okay, we did our squib. Now let's do the same. Overheat, fire. Okay, we have 1 more cargo. And that should be it. Okay, and no more. Then I kind of set myself. I felt like these guys take a little longer. Hang on. Okay, it just must be me. Test switch in the middle. Then over here is your some of your things are breaking on you, doors and all of that, doors open and all. Then you have your brake temperatures. That's these needles that'll go up and down. Okay, so first that knob push in, you'll get a fire look like they're overheating. That's what you want. And you're checking each bogey. Okay, coming down. I'll explain what a bogey is here shortly. It's not the enemy, for those of you that do DCS. And we're just checking gear doors, making sure warning lights work. Again, you got a test here. Test, test. Potable water. All right, now we'll start moving back. Here's your hydraulics right next to the gear. Quantity test you want to do. Make sure they're off. And then I always turn the electric pump number 4 on so long as the engines aren't running. All right, let's head for the middle again. And I'm going to kind of zoom in. Okay, altimeter here is, where are you? There you are. 307. 3007. That could be different, but we'll set it there for now. Okay, oop, wrong one. All right, now let's go into here. Our initial climb is to 380, so we'll set 390 here for our cabin altitude. This is your flight level. The black, white is your cabin altitude. Very important on the descent because you're going to get to 0. Well, not into Bogotá, but into anything like Miami or St. Louis or even Kansas City, under 1,000 feet, you'll be able to set this to 0. All right, and then back over. Okay, lastly, we have our fuel panel. All right, the big thing here, let's first reset our fuel used. Check our gauges. And this goes quick. Just push the button and it's going to walk through them all really quick. Okay, and then turn them all on. We should see the press buttons go away, except for the center tank. Center tank stays on. There's no fuel in it. Matter of fact, you can almost, Chicago to London, I think, has a little bit of fuel in the center tank that you'll burn out real quick. So giving you an idea. So the length of flight from here to Anchorage, yeah, you'd have center tank. Here to LA, again, maybe, maybe not. Seattle, maybe, maybe not. So you get an idea. You're gonna have to have distance, and we'll get in there. It looks like we're filled. All right, last thing, check our okay, cross feed check, and I just reset them back to where they were. You're just watching the light, make sure it turns on, turns off. I go fast sometimes. We'll get into these reserve tanks here in later in the flight, but basically you keep them closed till you are in your descent, and then you feed them. The goal, you want on landing these, the number 2, number 3 main, heavier than 1 and 4. So if you think about how it would be in the wing, you're forcing that weight more to the center of the aircraft. All right, now over here is your engines. 6 quarts, second layer of second down gauges is usually where we're at. Just make sure. There is a way to refuel. Panel can be set here. Now I'm going to do the light check. Make sure all those lovely bulbs are working. As you can see, there's a lot of them over there. I missed one thing. We'll come back to it. I just saw what I missed. All right, everything looks good. Fuel jettison. That's all you got to do to check it. And basically what you're doing, if you didn't know, you're just making sure everything's off in there. We're not trying to jettison fuel onto the ramp. All right, then you come up here. This is your overhead. I moved these to align already, so now I can go to nav. Even with the FMS, you gotta use them. And if you turn your radio master buses on, other things get aligned by the time you're ready to do the tests coming up. Okay, and then typical Boeing, come down this side, anti-skid off, guard down, body gear, steering, guard up, and in the arm position. Coming down the middle, just making sure ignition systems are off and working it. Okay. This is not functional. Neither are these. Thank goodness. If you ever had to listen to high frequency, you'd understand the thank goodness. I listened to it on a video. That was enough to drive me nuts. Okay, so, and basically this is your self-cal and other things. You just set high 1, high 2, low, and you're set to go. Okay, wheel well, looks good. Test. Okay, good test. We're in nav, start valves closed, emergency lights armed, working our way down. Even though we don't have passengers, I'll still turn them on. And we're looking good with wipers off. Coming down the next one, we're in nav, ignition's off. Walking down, we're walking. Everything looks good. Lights, we'll get those at the end. Radio master's on, test. Still find that to be hilarious. That should be louder in my opinion. Maybe like that. That's one of the most important alarms to me in the plane. Second, maybe third only to fire alarms. Nacelle, here's the one that'll actually go out. Okay, test up. Good. Test down. Good. And on. We'll keep them off for now. Okay. Now, lift the lever up. And if you go up and turn the power switch on, we'll get the overheat check for the window heat. Now we can turn it on and turn the power off. And again, we have a light indication check now for the front half. The first officer captain, all of the lights are now lit up. Okay, and good. All right, we can turn that switch back. And then what you want to do, set your cockpit overhead lights. This is the main panel overhead. Obviously, your landing lights can be off unless you're doing a check. And then what I run is nav lights logo while on the ground. All right, now it's time to test the center here. Real quick. I need to get a frequency. Let me show you how I'm doing this. All right, so we're getting a frequency from NavGraph charts. So import the flight. I'm sorry, import from SimBrief. There it is. Click it. Give it a second. It's going to move to the location. There's our route again. Now, open the chart. Go to approach. And we're just going to use ILS for runway 10. It's got a good chance that'll be the one we take off on. Just because I've heard runway 8 in the real world's closed, but we'll see. It's flight sim. Doesn't have to be. But anyway, ILS here is 1097. You'll see why we set that. Okay. And I keep the other one not set just so that it helps us make sure we're not getting a repeat. All right, so set your panel lights. Then make sure your radio INS is in radio. Now we're going to do what's called an up, left, down, right check. Make sure it's down, right, right. So if you look at your primary gyro here, flight, we would call it a flight display in other aircraft. Here, it's your attitude indicator. Make sure your attitude is adjusted properly. Seriously though, the pointing down arrow is your localizer, and you'll see glide slopes on each end. That's what we're checking here to make sure they're working. So we click up left. You saw the needle move over, and you have glide slope up indication. Down. Same thing, except the needle won't move because it's already deflected all the way to the right. Okay, and then we'll do the same thing here, knock it. Actually, I'm going to set 14.0. All right, that's the VOR here. Okay, flight director check, looks good. Auto throttles off, autopilots are off. Heading VOR select is in heading, dual, vertical speed 0. I'm going to go higher. There's a check for that, that's why. Off on our speed selection for climb, flight director check on the first officer. All right, and we'll do an up, left, down, right check over here. Oh, we're not on the, there we go. Like, why aren't we seeing glide slopes? There we go. And make sure the flags go away. There you go. And everything looked good. We'll leave that for now. Radio switch over. Okay, now, and then over here, go ahead, set your panel. This one will govern. You can see the ones going on and off. Likewise over here. All right. Now, what I'm going to start to do here, we're going to begin checking the next layer here. So everything's looking good. Test our attitude indicator. Looks good. Click. I don't think I need to check over here. Yep, we did trigger it. Okay. Then catch your push to test 1, push to test 2, check the light bulbs. Set your altimeter now. Get that out of the way because we're going to be getting into some pretty heavy stuff here. Now, not real heavy. Give me a second. All right, looks like it's actually 30.05. 30.05. Okay. With that, I'm going to go back here real quick. All right, make slight changes as I find them. It's kind of what this is all about. So the altitude looks good. Now, when you do, you can actually test your radar altimeter. You're going to get an audible here, but not on the first officer. That's your minimums. All right. Here we go. Okay, everything lit up here. Good and good. Now, we're going to go across. Reset. Sometimes you'll hear it going up too. I may not have gotten low enough. All right. Never heard this before.
Pull up, glide slope, glide slope. Pull up, glide slope, glide slope.
Okay. Rudder ratio, all you're going to get is a light to light up on the screen down there. Good. And then we proceed to the first officer side. Again, push to test. Push to test. Airspeed looks good. Everything down here looks good. Testing. Okay, let me make sure. Okay. Walking across, make sure our altimeters meet, and they do. And what is going on? All right, I'm not sure on that one. And then again, test, and like I said, no audible. Okay, check the lights, coming back. All looks good. And then we come to the CRT. We start warming it up for our radar system. The radar is not on yet. It is just warming up the ray tubes in there. So when we are ready to go, it'll be warmed up. Those of us from the Stone Age of watching TV, we know this when our TVs wouldn't just go blink. It took a couple seconds for those tubes to heat up. Thanks, Hawker, for that tip a few flights ago. All right, that takes care of here. One last area to check. Oh, well, let's not miss. Okay, so spoilers are down, flaps are up. Here's your flap indications. Take note, look how close one is to up. Quick glance, you could miss, like I have, and you actually go to cruise speed with flaps one set and it actually does cause damage. So pay attention. Moral of that story. Okay, so we know that fuel levers are in the idle cutoff. There are two positions, Rich, for high humidity, high altitude operations. You may need to go there, get the engine started, and then move to idle. Um, I don't know the full procedure on that. I just know it took quite a bit one day in Bogotá to get this thing fired up. That was what it did for me. Okay, radio frequencies are set. Currently 122.800 for Unicom. We'll set CTAF when we're ready to go. And the guard channel over here, everything else set. We've already got a squawk code and radars in standby. Lights right here. So there you have it, folks. You are now ready for action. It's a lot of stuff, isn't it, folks? A lot on this plane. Thank you, Frankie. Appreciate it. All right, let's get back over here. I told you there'll be some neat things. All right, so if we go to payload, we are loaded. Currently, our 194 peeps and 60,400 pounds of cargo. Of course, remember, we're cargo, so that's really cargo too. If we go back, go to refuel, we are at our fuel lever, so we're good there. Now, if you load the airplane in that fashion, your cargo doors will close on the lower side, first officer. Unfortunately, you still have to close the other one, which makes sense because, you know, you're still boarding and going on and off the plane, possibly first officer could be the captain doing the walk around. And most likely not the flight engineer. All right, now let's put the flight in here real quick. Actually, you know what? Yeah, let's put the flight in first. I was thinking about kicking over the APU. We'll hold on that. All right, it's the default FX plane 12. No razzmatazz here, folks. It's just a very simple flight management. You want to get into the INS, feel free to get that in here. You would come over here. Is it service? No. No. Trying to remember where it's at. No. Is it here? Where the heck is it? Oh, options. Big button down in the bottom. Come in here and you can set SEVA or LTN. You can see all that you can do, and then you've also got these. Wow. Holy mackerel, a lot of stuff added. Anyway, sorry, my wife had a message from our little town here. Don't know if we have temporary restrictions or permanent, but SIVA and LTN can be gotten from options down here. Boy, yeah, I want to be your captain today, flying you to Bogotá. Uh, I can't see a thing in front of me. All right, so we're loaded. Now that we've done all that, let's go ahead, bring, we were going to do the FMC. So go to route menu, company list. Yeah, I've got a ton of them. I've got to go in and clean this up. This is a lot. There's our route right there. Click the line select by it. You'll see that. Now it is set up for a runway. I'm going to look because I thought there was a departure in that direction. There may not be. Hang on, we're having troubles here. There we go. All right, so we'll be taking 350 vectors to Gabno and then on to it. Okay, so that is going to change our route. We're going to let's make sure turbojet only. Okay, sometimes these are turboprop. That's why you want to double check. And I know you're not seeing this. Okay, so we'll go to departures. Again, runway 10, Gabno, Scapa, execute. Now, this changed over here drastically. Okay, so there's our vector, Gabno, Cleo. And then on the next page, Tori, Scapa, hence. I think we're going to put that on there. Then you just click add to route and it adds it to your route. Now, the bad thing is you're is right here. And there we go. Okay, so I had to get rid of the old route somewhere. All right, there we go. And Tori Capicadier, hence, and on we go. Okay, and all right, now let's get down here. We got to put in our arrival. Right now, I'm going to plan 14 right. Let's take a look. 14 right is this side, cargo is right here. I'd like to park here, but I may end up here. So we'll see how that works out. Taking a look at my flight plan. So we're coming in on the volume 6 Delta for, okay, so let's just take a look. 14 right. Here's all of our different ILS approaches. I do recommend the ILS here. RNAVs are fun. That's all you're going to get on the 3.2s. You're right up against the mountains. I love doing them. Not so much in this plane. However, let's do this again. So, all right, ILS, ILS. Let's look at the X-ray. We can actually fly these off Fulham. All right, hang on. I'm going to take a look at Fulham real quick. Okay, so we could either oh, they're all basically that way. Okay. All right, well, you know what? Let's just do the which one did I like the best? They're basically the same. Let's just do the X-ray. I've got a Yankee. Why am I not seeing that? That's why. I'm going to do... we'll do the Yankee. All right, we're doing the Vola 6 Delta. Execute. I hope. Yep. Okay. Hang on a second here. We're having whale of a time here. Bogotá. So AM, how come that got missed? AM VES. Okay, there we go. Now we'll execute and we're good. And again, if we're missed, we're coming back to aims, entering a direct entry to a hold, and then pressing in. Okay, cool. That's where it gets a little tricky, and that's why I take the time. All right, so VNAV. And next page. We said 38,000. And we're ready to go. Like I said, a lot to the plane, but I enjoy it. It's always fun. All right, so there. Okay, oh, actually, I did run into a problem. My bad. Hang on. That may not actually work either. There we go. All right, I think we're finally set now. I'm more comfortable. We might be on where we're controlling it at that point. All right, so let's get this thing up and going. Now, as I indicated in the beginning, checklists. Now, you can walk through them. It takes a few minutes to make sure. I like doing it,
Before start checklist,
and I'll
please.
tell you why. I've missed things
Gear
before.
lever and lights. Down and check. Brakes. Parked. Start levers. Off. Radios. On and check. Flight control hydraulic power. On. INS. Check and nav. Compasses. Slaved. Window heat. On. Seatbelts and no smoking. On. Emergency lights. Armed. Exterior lights. Check. Flight instruments. Hold on.
Oh, I know what's going on here. Okay. Let me check the gap. No, is that off? Heading. Okay, 350. And we're probably never going to hear him say they're ready. Okay, flight instruments do look good.
Check. Altimeters and clocks.
That's what it was. That one was stuck.
1018. Set and cross check. Radio INS switches. Radio. Radar and transponder. Standby. Indicator lights. Check. Engine and wing anti-ice. Off. Stall warning. Check. Mach airspeed warning. Check. Auto brakes. Check and off. Body gear steering. Arm. Anti-skid. On. Autopilot and flight director. Check and off. Takeoff warning. Check. Auto flight enunciators. Check. GPWS. Check. Instrument warning. Check. Flight director computer selectors. Check. Instrument source selectors. Normal. Reserve brake valve. Closed. Spoilers. Down. Static selectors. Normal. Oxygen mask and regulator. Check and emergency off.
Okay, this is something new that came to Felis. This pause. Continue after, and that's basically you click start again. So we have basically here what it's looking for. Brake pressure, which is right below this big, right next to the wheel on the gear handle. Make sure that's up in the green, and then click start.
Brake pressure. Check. Stabilizer trim. Check and on. Rudder and aileron trim. Check. Checklist completed.
Okay, now the first officer or flight engineer goes through theirs. Like I said, a lot to it.
Check. Auxiliary power. Check. Engine oil quantity. Check. Fuel quantity. 103,015 pounds. Fuel panel. Let's see.
Okay, it's expecting it now to be ready to go. So, fuel pumps.
Check and set. Pressurization controls. Check and set. Bleed controls. Wait.
I don't even have the APU on yet. waiting on the EGT. But you can see now also while that's building, you can watch it here as well. Okay, close what I call the top, then the bottom. Turn your bleed
and
on.
set. Hydraulic quantity. Check. EPR computer. Go around. Circuit breakers. Check. Indicator lights. Check. Electrical panel. Check and set. Air conditioning controls. Wait. Check and set. Fire control and wing overheat panels. Check and set. Equipment cooling. Check. Passenger oxygen. Check. Hydraulic panel. Check and set. Fuel jettison panel. Check. Crew oxygen. On. Oxygen mask and regulator. Check and emergency off. ADPs. Off. Checklist completed.
Okay, we'll be back at it after the start. Let's go over here.
Cockpit to ground. Disconnect ground power.
We're ready to go.
Ground power disconnected.
Okay, if we look outside now, the only thing we'll probably see are chocks. And we're ready to go. Let's just, Miami Center doesn't control out here. So we're ready to push. Better push back.
Ground to copy. Please, show me where you want to go. Ground to copy. Tau is driving up.
Okay.
Cockpit to ground. Remove the chocks.
Shocks removed.
All right, we'll be firing them up here in a moment.
Okay, all doors and hatches are closed. Ready to connect.
All right, to start this bird, basically make sure fuel pumps are all on with fuel in the tanks. So the center tank you don't need to turn on. Leave your cross feeds as is. Matter of fact, for this flight, we'll leave it like this till the descent, and then we'll open up the reserves. And of course, you'll have to turn your packs off. And then we'll get into the overhead panel here in a second. Actually, step 1, start valve.
Ready to start the engines.
Tau connected and
Ready
bypass
for
being
engine start.
inserted. Release parking brake.
Now what I do, I use this one because the other one
Parking brake released.
always gives me trouble.
Pushback, and you may start engines.
Okay, let me get over here, turn these packs off. All right, now you got 2 systems. Pick one. You're technically supposed to rotate. You figure your own system. I'm going to start number 3 first.
Starter valve open.
When you hear starter valve open, you can let go. If you really want to watch, You're not going to see N2 here, but you will see it back here. Top
20%
gauge
N2.
at 20%. Bring the fuel lever up if it will.
Fuel on. Light up.
Okay. Now you can watch things up front.
Starter off.
Okay, you're waiting for one more command. Stabilized.
Engine stabilized.
Okay, now we can start up number 4. If you didn't hear that, you somehow started in X-Plane 11 with the you're in X-Plane 12, but you started it with the X-Plane 11 files. All right, hang on.
Starting engine 4.
Starter valve open.
Okay. Then we're going to start 2 of them together.
N2.
Fuel on. Light up. Fuel on.
Okay, we're going up
Starter off.
and then stabilize.
Operation complete.
Engine
Hit parking
stabilized.
brake.
Parking brake set.
And I'll explain the pushback in a moment. Let's get this pushback taken care of. All right, we'll explain all of that here in a second. Let's get these 2 cranking.
Starting engine 1.
Starter valve open.
Okay, now you can come over,
Starting engine
start number 2.
Starter valve open.
Now, I usually wait a little longer, and I'll tell you why, just to make it easier.
20% N2.
That was for N1.
Fuel on. Light up.
20% N2.
Fuel on. Light up.
That's why they come really quick, back to back, and you can get confused which one. But you're going to see them both spool. That helps at busy airports to get you fired up quickly and out the door.
Passing nonetheless. We'll see you next time and have a safe flight.
Engine stabilized. Engine stabilized.
All right, so they're all started. Let's just wait. Look for the pins here off Better Pushback. It's a free utility. I highly recommend it. And we'll show you why we did what we did in this pushback. Okay, there he is. He's actually holding your pins up so you know 2 things. 1, he's clear. 2, the ground crews are clear. You're good for whenever they tell you cleared to taxi, blah, blah, blah. All right. So why did we push back like that? Remember, we started here, I think it was. Yeah, it was in spot number 2. We pushed back, pulled forward. All right. Remember, I used the word bogies. That's what these are called, bogies. They're gear assemblies with multiple wheels, usually 4. 777, of course, we all know, a little different, has 6 on each. Anyway, they either tilt for, when you pull the pressure off and take off, they tilt down or up. But with the 7.4 and these bigger aircraft with the middle set of bogies, that middle set will caster as you turn to help make it turn tighter. To save wear and tear on tires in the real world, these aren't cheap. These aren't those you can just go down to the local tire shop and get. You got, these are some pretty intense tires. And so they help to also offset the wear and tear a little bit. So anyway, that's why we did the little kind of crazy pushback where we pushed back, came forward. And that's what better pushback can do. Pushbacks like that, I could have actually taken us from this ramp all the way down here, pushed us over here, pushed us off here, any number of things. Granted, like I said, the turboprops push down here in the low corner, but you know, I could push us all the way to the runway if I wanted. That actually does happen in the real world. All right, so let's continue on. Now, one thing you could do, come over here, checklist. So we do have one other thing to do, our performance. Why don't we plug that in? Because this will be an interesting airport. Okay, we're on an 8,000 foot runway. Load sheet. Don't put 81, put 8,000. Always best to round down. Trust me, if you plan 8,100 feet and you leave where the numbers 28 are on the screen here in a moment, guess what? You're in the drink. So round down. 101. So again, 100. For the slope, I don't think we have one. Correct. Leave that as is. Weather. Okay, wind 060 at 12 now, gust to 20. Quite breezy here, 3005, and our temp 28. All right, again, make sure to click load sheet so you get the most accurate data. Correct. Okay, so we need at least 6,500 feet for takeoff. I'm going to go ahead, drop us to 20 on the flaps, set my V speeds, and this is going to tell you V1's 124, 131, 145. Here's our flaps up. State trim will be 3.14, initial pitch 15 degrees, above 10,000 feet, 305 knots. If you want to go faster than 250, you're technically supposed to get approval from ATC. Not because you're in a heavy. I see some do that. All right, so as I said, we set our speed so you can see things are bracketed out right. We're ready. Let's now head over here. Take a look at what do we need to do on the next checklist. Not a whole lot. Mainly pack valves. Almost. Get on the engine generators. They do not click over automatically. Now we can stop. Everything else should be good to go. And while we're at it, let's turn on our ADPs. Auto, 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 and auto. Okay, finish this up.
After start checklist.
Flight recorder.
On.
Start switches.
Off.
Beacon lights.
On.
Brake pressure.
Check.
Start levers.
Idle detent.
Engine anti-ice.
Off.
Electrical panel. Check. Pack valves. Open. Dual warning lights. Out. Hydraulic panel. Check. Flight recorder. On. After start checklist completed.
Okay, this black bar, that will get rid of it. Now, let's take a look at the next one, which will be taxi. Okay, you set your flaps, stay trim, probe heat, flight controls we just did. Turn your APU off, which we've done. Fuel heat's off, aft cargo heat. Get that right now. I always forget it. And probe heat's on. And flaps 20.
Flaps 10. Flaps 20.
Okay, what else? Run it.
Taxi checklist, please.
Flaps.
Hold on.
Flaps 10.
Flaps 10.
Takeoff data. EPR and airspeed bugs. Stabilizer trim.
Damn.
Hang on a second. What was it?
Set in green band.
Probe heat.
On.
Flight controls.
Damn.
We just checked
Check.
Yaw dampers.
Check.
Seatbelt and shoulder harness.
Check.
APU. Off. Fuel heat. Off. Totalizer and gross weight. Set. Flight engineer and pilot panels. Check. Aft cargo heat. Normal. Seatbelt and shoulder harness. Check. Taxi checklist completed.
Okay, bear with me a second. Let me get the, just double check. .ctaf TJSJ 3205. That's what I thought. San Juan traffic, FedEx 811 Heavy, taxi, runway 10.
Parking brake released.
Finally on the move. Only an hour and a half into the flight. But folks, that is how you would start this thing up. I hope it gave you all a really, as informative and as, possible that I can do here with this plane. All we have to do now is get out to runway 10, which unfortunately is at the other end. Usually you would go past, but we're going to take our time. Wonder if there is anyone here. Let's pop up and look. Don't see anyone visually. Looks like we got some sky aircraft flying nearby, but and we got a JetBlue coming in for landing. We'll see where he's actually at when we get down here. All right, TARA. Oh, somebody popped in. Aeromexico. Hello, Moto. Okay, while we're taxiing, we do have a checklist we could be running.
Before takeoff checklist.
Icing considerations.
Check.
What do you think?
Cabin alert.
Check.
Transponder.
Check.
Ignition.
Damn.
Good holding point.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. On behalf of the entire crew, welcome aboard the Boeing 747 Classic. We will depart shortly after we have our clearance and the cabin crew is finished with their preparations. For now, I wish you a pleasant flight, and I will be back during the flight with further flight information. Cabin crew, arm slides.
All doors are closed and armed. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your chief flight attendant, and on behalf of our captain and the entire crew, I wish
You know, you got to keep those packages in line back there, so that's why we're running it.
also make sure that your
All right, let me take a look. Yeah, we'll go to that second hold.
side eliminated. You must fasten your seatbelt. Insert the metal fittings one into the other and tighten by pulling the loose end of the strap. To release your seatbelt, lift the upper portion of the buckle. We recommend that you keep your seatbelt fastened while in your seat. If you are seated next to the emergency
As far as I can tell, JetBlue's got a little ways to go.
your board card, you will find it in the seat pocket in front of you. If you do not wish to perform the functions described in the
San Juan traffic,
flight attendant
FedEx 811 Heavy departing 10 Gabo 1 departure.
to locate the nearest exit. The exit may be behind you. If you need to evacuate the aircraft, floor-level lighting will guide you towards the exit. Doors can be opened by moving the handle in the direction of the arrow. Each door is equipped with an inflatable slide, which may also be detached and used as a raft. In the event of a decompression, oxygen mask will appear automatically in front of you. To start the flow of oxygen, pull the mask towards you. Place the mask over nose and mouth, adjust the headband, and breathe normally. Although the bag does not inflate, oxygen is flowing to the mask. If you are traveling with children or someone who requires assistance, please secure your own mask first before helping others. Keep your mask on until a crew member advises you to remove it. In the event of an emergency, please assume the brace position. Lean forward with your hands on top of your head and your elbows against your thighs. Ensure your feet are firmly placed. A life vest is located under your seat or between the armrests. When instructed, open the plastic bag and remove the vest. Slip your head through the opening, fasten the strap around your back, and attach it in front. We are at the door.
Okay, let's set the brakes.
Life vest by pulling the red tag.
All right, what they're
Parking
asking,
brake set. Flight start.
all of these have to be
Body gear
set.
steering.
Hold on. Disarm.
Back valves. Wait.
Please let me remind you that this is a non-smoking flight. Also, the use of electronic
Closed.
cigarettes, tampering with smoke
Pressurization mode selector. Auto.
is prohibited
Fuel
by
boost
law.
pumps.
You will find
On.
this and all the other
Cross feed valves.
features in the safety
Check.
awareness card
Before takeoff checklist completed.
in front of you. We advise you to read the card before takeoff. If you have any questions, please don't hesitate to ask one of our crew members. We wish you all a pleasant flight.
Parking brake released.
Stabilized. Thrust set.
Cabin ready.
80 knots. V1. Rotate. Positive rate. Gear up. Gears up.
And San Juan traffic, FedEx 811's clear the airfield over to Unicom. San Juan traffic, FedEx 811 is clear of San Juan, Gabo 1 departure.
Flaps 10. Gear up. Flaps 5. Flaps 1. Flaps up.
All right, let's see, make a turn to the west. Actually, let's go ahead, make it to like 200. All right, now why am I not running the after takeoff? Let me show you it. Gear, landing lights, ignition, smoking, pack valves. Most of this we could do, but the landing and logo not until 10,000. So we'll catch it then. But we're on our way, folks. Not sure where JetBlue is out here. All right, we're on our way though. Currently 3 hours out. Let's grab some altitude and that should come down. 5 minutes since departure. All right, lights off. Okay, let's get into 305 knots. And one last check back here. And we'll go ahead and run.
After takeoff checklist.
Gear lever.
Off.
Landing and logo lights.
Off.
Ignition.
Check.
Seatbelts and no smoking sign.
Check.
Pack valves. Open. Fuel heat. Wait.
I'll get that in a second, actually. I forgot auto.
Auto. After takeoff checklist completed.
Indicated airspeed climb, so it's going to hold that airspeed in the climb at this power setting, where if you set it to where it flies 305, it's the engine power you'll have to regulate. So here, right now, you can see we're cranking up about 2,500 feet a minute, but it will come down as we get higher without us having to manipulate it. Only thing we'll manipulate is at about Mach or about 28,000 or so, or our Mach indication shows about 0.85. We'll click it over to Mach on the airspeed on that selector. But there you have it. I know it took over an hour and a half to get us airborne. This airplane, unless I come on pretty well ready to go, it takes a good 45 minutes to an hour. Throw in the INS alignment and putting in the coordinates, you know, you're looking at a good hour in this plane getting it ready to go. So it's fun. It's very immersive. You know, I like to show this scene. You got the pilot, the captain on the left, the co-pilot on the right, and the man behind it all is behind them, and that's the flight engineer. He's in charge of all of this, and what he has to control is amazing. You've got electrics, you've got pressurization, air conditioning, fire control, hydraulics, fuel, engines. They're actually monitoring and tweaking where they can with the throttles and other things at their disposal. The engines, the flight recorders, all, I mean, not recorders being black boxes, but recording. As you saw, flight recorders, make sure the blue light's on. That's what you're doing. You're monitoring so much, and then on the long flights, we're talking like, well, good one, London to Phoenix. You're gonna have to balance fuel. You're gonna bring the center tank down, yes, but then when it clicks off and you go to the scavenge pump, then you let it drain, but then you got to balance it all out so you have a fairly balanced load. And there's a lot of work that goes on back here to make it comfortable. So those of you that have actually flown on aircraft like this and come up to the captain and the first officer standing there to, oh, what a great flight we had, Muff. Yeah, no, it was a flight, and they helped in making a good landing and maybe got you to the right destination. But it's that flight engineer that did a lot of the work to make you feel comfortable back there. So just to give you a little flavor of this plane, I haven't done that in a while. The pretty boys are up front. They're the two that fly the plane. The guy that manages it. My dad, when he flew C-141s back in the Vietnam War days, he didn't fly them. He navigated. My apology. Get it right. It's a big difference, believe me. Hang on, I got to get a standard here. Okay. He said, if you came off one of these planes, you'd see the, as I call them, the pretty boys, just looking like they, just got up and showered and look great, because their part of the flight isn't that hard. The flight engineer would come out sweating sometimes because he had a lot of work to do on whatever was going on with that plane. So he's the one behind all of the really, really satisfying flights. All right, we're on our way now down to 2 hours. We lost an hour in 10 minutes. In just 10 minutes, we lost an hour of flight time. Who took it? All right, who's watching the stream? Which one of you took it? So, yeah, we're already down to 2 hours. And we might shave off even more as we get closer to cruise. So enjoy the flight, and questions, comments, anything, please put it in chat or direct message me over at Discord, or even in Discord. There's a lot of people that love flying this plane there. Feel free to shoot me with a whisper in Twitch, or comment in the comment area when it gets to YouTube later tonight. So enjoy the flight. We've got a great couple of hours ahead of us to a great hopeful landing in Bogotá. I'm going to go ahead and get some music in the background. The music I would love to be playing here, I think is copywritten. So unfortunately we play this because it's not copyrighted. I haven't gotten hit by Twitch or YouTube, so we'll continue. But I may try something here soon. I was put onto another playlist. See how that goes. Enjoy the flight. We'll be back with you from time to time to update you, but we are on our way to Bogotá. In the Purple People Eater plane, Federal Express. And again, remember, I do recommend this plane. Just realize you probably can get around a few of the things I did, but I'm just going by the checklist provided and working it that way. Look at that. Such a long time. Sometimes I wish FedEx would go and have a few of their planes retroed to this. Like many of the airlines, American retros, some of the airlines that made American. Yeah, well, there's a story there. You can look it up. It'll surprise you. American Airlines was bought out. Just realize that. But there are a lot of airlines that made up both the airline that bought them out and American Airlines. But it's fun. I would love to see them do some special liveries like the Panda, but I'd also love to see a few of their planes in the Purple People Eater. I thought they had an MD-11, but they may have since painted it like the rest of the fleet. All right, we're now 28,000. Still got a little ways to go before we set it into Mach hold for the climb. So the pitch will be controlled by the Mach number versus the indicated airspeed. Whew. Didn't know if you caught it, but I just saw it just came up for some reason on my phone at 20 minutes after this hour. Oh, why is that so loud? I turned it down. 20 minutes after the hour, it told us 3 hours, 48 minutes to fly. That's 20 minutes ago. And we're already down to 1 hour and 40 minutes. Incredible, isn't it? When you get speed up, weight coming down. All right, we're getting close now. 32,000 that we could go into a mock indication on the climb. So, and the other thing you could do is lock it in on the EPR, and I'll show you what that is here in a second. I don't even fully understand that thing. But folks, if you really want to get into the weeds of this plane, Felis has a phenomenal team at on their Discord that will chime in. Many of them real world 747-200 flight, either pilot. Well, they might have all been all positions, but some were flight engineers, and they can walk you through everything on it. It's an amazing, amazing plane. All right, and at 8.5, I am gonna flip over. You can see the switch is now Mach, and it's going to climb a little to get it back down to where you set it at. And then eventually I'm going to set my airspeed down. We still got a good 4,000 feet to go. It's going to keep it from hitting that barber pole too much. And we're on our way. But I thought I'd point that out, that at 20 minutes after the hour, Sim Toolkit reported 3 hours, 48, almost 49 minutes. And in a score of 20 minutes, we dropped an hour off that, well over an so you see how that's working the vertical speed to maintain this. Now, once we get closer to cruise, I will actually take it, the EPR, which is right here, the middle gauge. Currently it sits on climb. You got EPR DC. I do not know how to use this. And we'll set it to Mach. Now, the cool thing is, since for me, that's all hard to read, I think it's the second one. The cool thing that they've done at Felis is this nice tab up here. Your EFB, you're toggling it, and your CDUs when you're needing to update them are there. And there's a better look at it. And theoretically, you could just right now put it in Mach, and it will hold. I like to keep it here till we get real close, then I can set my needle, my air auto throttle speed to the needle we're at, and just cruise right along, because all of this switching over here will switch back to off as we get into the altitude. Actually, no, it won't, because guess who didn't set? Make sure, oh my goodness, you could do this on takeoff. Set altitude select. Otherwise, I'd have been at 39, 40, 45, 50. I mean, she'll keep going if you don't. That's what tells it when to stop. The big thing is watch that on your descents. For the most part, we're okay descending with it, but when you get to a certain point, it will turn off. And then you'll find yourself like 1,000 feet below what you wanted to be, or two, if you're really paying attention like you're supposed to. Should never get that low, but there are times. All right, here's that point I was talking about. Gonna put the needle right there. We're gonna switch into Mach. Check that our auto throttle is still on. Should show up here now as Mach, not EPR. And we're gonna go into cruise. And you can see it will adjust. Patience. With this plane is a lot of patience. Very forgiving, very, you don't have to yank it, bank it. It's very forgiving. Now let's go back, check everything. EPU is off. Okay, everything looks good here. Obviously, no returns on the radar. We're on our way. Hour and 30, call it an hour and 40 minutes out. Enjoy the tranquility, the blue waters of the Caribbean. Okay, 127.1 looks like a possible frequency we may have to talk to.
FedEx 811. Can you hear me okay, sir? Seems to me I'm having trouble with the sound here. FedEx 811 Squawk 3320. Thank you. FedEx 11. You identified at flight level 380. Continue as filed.
All right, we reached out to control and not really sure. Anyway, we're on with the center right now. Anyway, yeah, I had it muted. So anyway, we're on our way.
FedEx 811. Continue as filed, sir. I'm going to shut down now, so go to Unicom on 122.8. Yeah, you too, mate. Bye.
Short-lived center. Kind of figured, saw two heading out, and I figured he's following them. Oh well, hey, welcome to the world of VATSIM. I think I kind of, he didn't like another aircraft being in here, I don't think. Anyway, we're on our way. There, he dropped off. We'll see what happens. I'm watching here. I'll be back in a second. Watching Sky Vector. I mean, not Sky Vector, VAT Spy, sorry. And see how things transpire. we're on our way. Hour and 30 minutes to go. Enjoy. Glad to have you aboard. And yeah, feel free to put a prediction in for the landing this far out. Hopefully things won't go kapooey with Sim Toolkit and we have to reload it. But you never know. You won't forget. I'll remind everyone at about 10 minutes out. So enjoy the music, and yes, it's going to repeat here in about 30 minutes or so. And enjoy. And like I said, I'm here. Feel free to chat amongst yourselves in the chat room, and we'll see you once we get back on feet dry. Do I like Star Wars? Matt is asking. Yes, I like the world of Star Wars. The movies have a tendency to put me to sleep about halfway through it. Wake up just about the final quarter of it to where the action comes back. But yeah, overall, I can say I like Star Wars. Star Trek, I'm more of a fan of, but yeah, I mean, Star Wars is cool. What's up? Don't tell me you want me to fly an X-Wing. Or the Millennium. Hawker might have room in his garage for one of those. Yes, if I could fly the Millennium, that would be great. Yeah, I don't even think there is one out there. If there is, I wouldn't even know where to start. Do I have a favorite of this? I'm assuming Star Wars films. Obviously, I'm gonna say New Hope. I'm one of those that stood in the line when that movie came out. Came out at a very. I'll give you a little quick story. Star Wars, and you're gonna laugh. Wizard of Oz to me are kind of politically the same kinds of movies. If you didn't know this about Wizard of Oz, it came out during the Depression, showing in the black and white the Depression, the bleak times the country felt, and quite frankly, the world, with the color being the good times ahead. Fast forward to 76, when New Hope came out. Those of you around may remember how that decade was going politically and personally for a lot of people. Just coming out of a war, we actually lost the Vietnam War, treating Vietnam vets just totally horribly. Gas prices through the roof, inflation through the roof. And in a few years after that movie, hostages in Iran. A very bleak time again in the U.S. And New Hope came in, putting a new hope of what was to come. So I would have to say the very, very first movie released, which confusing to many, was the actual fourth episode in that whole trilogy. I also liked the very last scenes of whatever the movie was that would have led to make how Darth Vader became, mechanical like he was. So I also have to say I liked the sixth episode with the teddy bears. I know they're called Ewoks, but still, I like to call them teddy bears. That was cool, that whole segment. So, there you have it. I also, with Star Wars, liked how they told the story at the very beginning to that point, what the galaxy had been through and that little crawl they had at the beginning with. However, do not watch that movie at a planetarium. Oh, no, we weren't in a planet. What were we in? An IMAX? Anyway, whatever the heck the Science Center calls their theater, don't ever watch that kind of movie there and not expect to be a little nauseous, get vertigo, and all of that. That was incredible to watch on a screen of that size, but too much. But they were, the fighting scenes I loved. I think they were very well done, CG wise. But again, I'm more of a Star Trek. And there's a whole lot of politics, if you really boiled it down, behind Star Trek too. The original Star Trek. But you could push it into the next generation as well. After that, it gets real tough. But that's not why I liked them. I just liked the parallel between the twos. A lot of people didn't know that, by the way, about Wizard of Oz. And this guy didn't either until he took a film appreciation class in college. And we walked through it and I went, holy mackerel, how true all of that is. And on that note, let's get a fun fact for today. All right, coming in the chat room, there are 2 credit cards. What? For every person in the United States. Okay, that, there needed to be more to that, I think, that fun fact. Albeit, I think I do have 2 credit cards, but still. Matt Air back in. He liked The Empire Strikes Back. That would have been the second movie released in the trilogy if you were to have watched them as they actually released. But it was episode 5. Very confusing. Very confusing. And The Revenge of the Sith. Is that number 3? Episode? I don't know which one that one is. But Empire Strikes Back was okay. It was just kind of, I was kind of flat with it. Is number 3. So, and the end is what I liked in that one. The rest of it, just, I just did not like the first 3 episodes in that trilogy. I just, until the end when we saw the mechanical, how Darth Vader became the mechanical Darth Vader of what would come on. But I have to say, I do like the teddy bears. They were cool. And I know that's what that episode was meant to be. Anakin's fall brought you to tears, huh? I get it. But seeing the next 3 episodes, yeah. Now, what would have really been cool is if, whoever was, I can't think of his name. I want to say Spielberg, but I know I'm probably wrong. Plot twisted it and Anakin never fell. That would have been. But I know, do a Star Trek, whatever the heck we are, with rumors of number 4 about to come out. Just upend the universe and however you want to make it. But yeah, I get it with the Anakin story. Lucas, thank you, thank you, thank you. I was trying to remember the opening, but Spielberg kept coming to mind, and I'm going, that can't be right. And even though Abrams did some of them too, so, and he's the one that, I think they call upon him to kill franchises. Because that timeline skew they did in Star Wars or Star Trek. Oh my goodness, they couldn't even get the timeline right afterwards. So, but when you skew a timeline, you can make history however you want. But yeah, Star Wars, I mean, I like the adventure part of it. I like the, like I said, the CG was out of this world. And it's just the, everything got so dull through the middle and then came back up at the end. Dull enough to make me go to sleep. Star Trek got me a little bit in some of the middles, especially if I'd seen it again, but not as much. So, but yeah, Star Wars, you're either going to like Star Wars, hate Star Trek, or vice versa. I don't hate Star Wars. It's just a different world, and they did a great job building that world, as they did in Star Trek. And that's how you make a good science fiction, space odyssey type movie. You got to build the world into a believable being. And those two did it. See if we've got how far from land we are here. Oh, we're getting closer. All right, let me bounce back here, check in with the engineer panel. Fuel's looking good. Pressurization, all good. Unfortunately, it doesn't matter. We're over water. Now, that does concern me that we continue. I may have to adjust my settings. All right. I'm going to actually begin looking for some more news on this tragedy at Reagan National. If we have anything new on it. I'll tell you, the video I have seen of this is, I mean, they've got one right off one of the jetways looking out where it happened, plus somewhere from the city as well. And I'm sure there are going to be a million. Boy, that is nearly reminiscent, though, of many years ago when a 737 went into the Potomac because it iced up, which put out most of the icing rules for de-icing and all. All right, looks like we're back from the ad break there. And as I was saying, I don't know if it came out before we went to break or during it, but first off, if you want to get rid of the advertisements, as Saribot tells you, just simply hit subscribe. Not only does it help the streamer you're watching, but also provides you with ad-free viewing on the stream. But no, I was starting to do some searching for any new updates on what happened in Washington last night, DC. What a tragedy. Like I said, my prayers and thoughts and all go out to those left behind, those first responders picking up everything out there. My heart, every prayer goes out to them. Reminiscent of a horrible crash they had. And granted, there is no such thing as a non-horrible crash. But many years ago, there was a 737 that went in to the Potomac going north, and that was due to the wings icing up, which led to all of these de-ice procedures and times and all of that. So very, I even said this at the beginning of the stream. The airport I used to work at, if you would sit in the operations center and just listen to the scanner, or if you're at home here, listen to the scanner, and there are so many helicopter flights back and forth, and they're rightly so. They're medical, heading out to either emergent scenes to bring the patients to appropriate hospitals too far away, and just back and forth and back and forth. Now, it's not like the Northeast Corridor where it just seems like littered with them, but it's just incredible the amount of traffic. And those guys in the towers, approach controls, keep that whole ballet somehow in step, as if they're not in step, you get what happened at Reagan. And oh man, what a tragedy. Then to hear U.S. Figure skating team on board, two I guess well-known Russian skaters on board, their families, just tears my heart to pieces. So and we've heard here of some people that were on board, so just an amazing. And the confirmation of the I think it was the Russian, as the plane pushed back in Wichita, he either sent a post, did a video, I don't remember how it came up, but it said ICT, which is the 3-letter for Wichita, to DCA. Oh, how chilling. So anyway, really keep your send many prayers out. All right, land ho. We're getting ready to come into the far eastern or western side of Venezuela, far eastern northern parts of Colombia. meaning Bogotá can't be too far away. How about an hour and 10 minutes? So enjoy the music, enjoy the flight, and we'll be chatting with you here shortly. Well, welcome in. Here comes the Manny. Hello. welcome in. We got about an hour and 5 minutes to Bogotá. Welcome aboard, sir. Ma'am, either way. Just doing some things here to try and learn. Couple tricks of the trade, not helping. We'll figure it out one day. Anyway, welcome in, Manny. Glad to have you aboard. Hope you were here for the great Star Wars talk we had with Matt 1997 Air. Fun time. All right, we're about to go feet dry in Colombia. Colombia it is. Can see some of the Andes mountains in the background there. Bali. Yep. We're going to Bogotá. Who knows? Maybe the winds will shift and we'll have to fly in onto the 3-2s and do an RNAV. That's about the only way I like flying this aircraft in there. Don't like doing RNAVs too much with this plane yet. I just don't fly it enough. Vamos a bala. Okay, and we're just slightly over an hour out. We'll start talking this arrival. There's a couple of different ways. I didn't know that about getting into the 1-4s, at least here in Bogotá. You don't necessarily have to fly a standard arrival route. You could actually fly one of the transitions, or as Airbus will say the word vias, into the runway. So pretty neat what they've done here in Bogotá. So we've also been talking about the Bogotá, yes, the tragedy last night in Washington, D.C. With the midair collision. An American flight and a Army helicopter. Very tragic. Of course, everyone perished, but you never know. There could be somebody somehow swam out of the water, but it's highly unlikely, especially now. About 15, 16 hours since the incident occurred. But you never know. So, very tragic in DC. Again, my prayers out to Yeah, it was on the headline news. Yeah, it's going to be in the news cycle for quite some time. I mean, if that Army helicopter was flying anything like helicopters that I used to watch around here, that was, well, and you look at the rescue pictures, they were not far from the runway. And oh, how tragic. And then learning the passengers, the U.S. Figure skating team, two, I guess, significant Russian ice skaters, and their families and friends who came with them, along with the other people and crew of the American Eagle or American Airlines flight. What happened actually is, and please folks, I'm not casting it, but the helicopter ran into the CRJ, Canadian I think it's a 700, and that's how it looks. Nobody is believed to have survived, and it was on very short final, just out over the water enough. But if you watch and go through some of those headlines, you'll see where the wreckage is versus the land, and it was very close. Very sad. Some 67, I believe, is the total amount of people, both aircraft. 64 including crew on the CRJ, 3 on the helicopter. So very, like I said, please do not take what I'm saying, folks, with the helicopter hitting it. I don't know. I wasn't there. All I've seen is a couple videos. You see the big light, of the CRJ 700 lined up on runway 33, which, by the way, I would never try to land on. But then again, I fly much bigger aircraft. And you see the little dot of the helicopter. Now, who did what, we will probably never know, and probably for good reason. But, oh, what a tragedy. Exactly. Manny put up a emoji with with tears. It is really tragic. The video is just heart-stopping to watch. Never been in a plane your whole life. Wow. But I know a whole bunch of people that have never flown, and here in the U.S. may not have ever really left their towns or to go anywhere. They just too busy, and just just like I said, the videos, the 2 videos I've seen of it are just heart, just so. But again, I just ask you keep prayers for their families of those lost, who now somehow pick up pieces. The first responders, not much to respond to other than the tragedy. And hopefully investigators will give us a clear picture where things fell apart. And hopefully it helps in the long run. Just like the Air Florida crash many years ago, talked about it. 737 went into the Potomac. However, this time going up the Potomac north due to the wings icing up. Because the de-ice that they did do was past the effective time limit, and that reinforced now the rules for de-icing out there. I think that was like in the 70s or 80s when that happened. And people survived, thankfully, but, or did they? I can't remember. But the waters were just as cold as this one. So, oh, just tragic. All right, let's get a little uptick here. We're 55 minutes from Bogotá. You know what? Let's find out where our top of descent is painted on here. Then I'm going to do some MOF. I don't think it's there. It could be, though. Let's take a look. We're at 38. And our flight plan calls us at EJA to climb to 39,000. And that's only because now we've drifted slightly east of 180 on the heading. So the flight levels change from evens to odds. And then we'll even have another descent to 23. So let's see here. Let's get out a calculator. All right. Let me take a look. I think. Okay, so I am going to go ahead fly the arrival. Okay, so we're going to come over Vulum Dorsa 12,000. Okay. Okay, times that by 3. So about 80 miles from Dorsa. Now that's going to be tough. I hate that. All right, just tuned in our frequency. All right, well, we appreciate the lurk. Heading out, going back to work again. All righty. Well, thanks for stopping by there. Here comes the Manny. Always love chatting with you. Hope you have a wonderful day at work. All right, I'm going to take this second here, folks. Let us see this arrival. Hang on. Where's charts? There it is. All right, so you can see where we are currently. Let's take a look here. Bogotá weather here on the left. 090 at 5. Ooh. Yep, that still works for the 1-4s. Okay. unlimited visibility. It's saying broken at 3,500. Cool, nothing significant. Now, something very important there. Altitudes are above ground level. So broken at 3,500 feet above ground. If it was MSL, it'd be somewhere in the mountain. The airport itself is 8,000 feet above sea level. 8,000 feet plus, so higher than that. So keep that in mind when you see weather here. Okay, so we're planning 14 right, Vula 6 Delta, Vulum, and we're going to plan the ILS Yankee for 14 right. All right, so the approach will go like this. We'll continue to Vulum. We'll be in a descent about 80 miles or so from Dorsa, so we can meet this 12,000 foot requirement. Now, we definitely want to be at 250 between Vulum and Dorsa. Remember, I told you 80 or 8,000 feet above sea level. You're only about 4,000 feet above the ground at that point. So, and that's just general guessing. I don't have exact numbers for you. So then we're going to head direct to Bogotá VOR, and we're going to be slowing to 200 knots. I'm sorry, 230 knots. I was reading turboprop. Momsey, Gavoy, crossing Bogotá at 195 knots. You're getting very close to the approach speed, and you're going to join the ILS. So again, from Dorsa to Bogotá, 12,000 feet, then we'll descend for the ILS. ILS Yankee goes like this. We're coming in at Bogotá. We'll hit BO 612 and come in. Okay, frequencies, 110.7 for the localizer. 135 we'll put in for the approach course. 12,000. So we need to still be at 12,000 feet by BO 612. Slowed, we're right there at about 11 miles out. And then we'll get to the what we have to have weather-wise to be able to get in. There you have it. Airport elevation, 8,358 feet above sea level. The runway's 10 feet lower, the approach end. Ouch. Yeah, we're way up there, folks. This is definitely high altitude. Now you can see if we had to come in on the 3.2s, you're doing RNAVs to make these mountains. And I love doing these in 737s and Airbuses. The 747 gets, you really got to be on top of it. It is, it's tough. And so, if you want a challenge, take this bird to Bogotá and set it up to come into the north from the south east to the northwest. Anyway, we're going to track to 699 and then onto the runway. Altitudes again, 12,000, and then we'll be immediately joining the localizer and glide slope descending in, slowing. We'll get our speeds here in a minute. And I'm going to guess around 140, so about 800 feet a minute if we don't have a glide slope. Hiles if we are in need of them, and reel and end lights on the end, strobes and pappies on the left. So RNAV GNS tracking if you have to do the missed approach. You can see you're making that turn pretty quick to miss the high altitude. 185 knots. That tells you it's using that to make the turn stay tight as well as keeping you a decent climb gradient. So you can, in case you drift, you're above the high terrain. It's fun. This is actually a fun approach. highly recommend San Jose, Costa Rica. All of them have approaches like this, so it's just really fun. Finally, 252 feet above the ground on your METAR, so you got to have 002 or better, and an RVR of 600, visibility higher than 800. Okay, so that wraps up. Once we're on the ground, I probably will, oop, we're going this way, may just take it to the end, but we might get lucky, be able to come off at Kilo 5 and taxi down, or 6, but if worst case, take it to Kilo 7, probably park in this one recess back. This is your cargo area, by the way. Okay, there's your arrival. And get rid of charts. I mentioned it. We got to figure out our speeds. You can see we're starting to work through the Andes here. Go back to performance. Click landing. Load sheet. Keep us at 30. Let me check something here. And again, no slope. All right, so we actually have a 12,000, we'll call it 400-foot runway. (8,000 feet, 8,300 feet above sea level, twice, literally twice that of Denver. 140. No slope, runways reported dry. Now the weather, temperature 17. 1025's equivalent, 3027. And we're looking at a wind 090 at 5. Okay, so this is our conditions and this is our aircraft expected about landing. Here's our flap speeds. So to 236, we won't have any flaps out, but by Bogotá, we'll have flaps 5, if not flaps 10 set. VREF 136, we'll call the approach speed at about 145, 140. And if we use minimum braking, we get 10,000 feet, medium 78. I'm going to go with medium. Okay, we'll just come up here, set it. And that's about all we need to do for now. And I hope y'all enjoy the flight the rest of the way in. Got about 40 minutes to go. This would be a good time to get some refreshments and some snacks, because from here in we are just about 20 minutes out. We'll be into the descent. So take a look outside as we head through the Andes Mountains towards Bogotá. Let's see what kind of traffic. Oop, that's not Bogotá, that is. All right, so we really don't have any traffic to contend with, which is a good thing. So I'm going to take a break. I'll be right back and going to get myself a refreshment and use the restroom. We'll be right back. All right, we are getting close. I'm back with y'all, and looking at about 40 minutes to this arrival. This is right now the only scheduled flight because I kind of had a feeling this flight would take a while to do stream-wise. We're already going pretty good here, so I hope you all enjoy Bogotá. Looks like we are gonna have some lowered ceilings there, so ought to be a fun approach. Always is for me. I enjoy coming in here. So I just don't get here as much, and then I'd like to, unfortunately, FedEx Express Virtual. And by the way, I have been remiss this whole flight. If you're interested in flying for an airline, virtual airline based off a cargo company like FedEx, www.fedexva.org. They are a great team, great bunch of people. We fly the FedEx equipment as well as some leeway in other aircraft if you can't find one. Talk to them. They're very accommodating. Very good bunch. I've been with them 7 years. I forget. I'd have to look here real quick. Let me just look. I'm kind of curious now. Been on board for 8 years, coming up on 9 years. It's been a great time, great ride here. They are really good. You're gonna sit there and go, well, they don't fly. Well, they don't fly there, or why aren't we flying there? Prove to them they have flights. I'll put them into the database. Really a great bunch. I started here pretty close to when the group came into being, and I have enjoyed every flight, and very thankful for this group. Very, very good bunch. So check them out, FedEx or FDXVA.org. Check them out before you sign up. Make sure it's what you want, but I think you'll be pretty happy here. The big requirement they have is you know how to fly. Not required to fly online, although they ask you to, but you're not required. You're only required to fly with the ACARS. And it's a very simple ACARS system. So X-Plane, Microsoft, both work. I can't speak totally how easy it is with Microsoft because I don't fly with it. But I fly with X-Plane, and I haven't had any problems other than when they decide to update it, then I got to wait for the update. But that's like everything. So anyway, so check us out. It's a really good bunch of people, and great Discord channel, and just a fun time. And if you are interested in this aircraft, by the way, FedEx, as you can tell, does not fly these anymore. As I said, as the MD-11s came on board real world, the Flying Tiger 747-100-200s they had acquired went to pasture for someone else to fly. But they still allow them. Atlas comes in to help with overflow. There's times when there's just so much cargo they gotta haul, so many packages. They need help, and they call upon Atlas, and they fly in with their 747s and help them out. So Christmas especially. So that's why they're in the lineup. So check us out. There's how to get a hold of the 747-200 Classic. It's a passenger plane, but it's really well done. And the Airline, equally well done. So check them out. And how far out from EJ are we? 109. EJ is gonna be getting pretty close to our top of descent. Again, just always with this approach, with this airport, any of these airports in the Andes Mountains, keep the airport elevation in the back of your mind. So things make sense on your arrival. 12,000 feet over Bogotá, VOR. You're only about 10, 15 miles away from the airport. So that there tells you you're up high. All right, we got about 30 minutes. 30 minutes to the arrival. Hope y'all have enjoyed the flight. Little 3-hour jaunt. Actually, a little less than, about 2.5. But hope you enjoyed. We'll be on the ground here shortly. And ought to be fun. Always is into Bogotá. Couple of great airports nearby to try out too. Bogotá is they're nice short, less than an hour flight away, and they pack some challenge. So we're gonna try maybe shoot it with well, we'll see. We're not gonna shoot it with the 747, that's for sure. Airbus or probably Airbus, but 737 at the absolute biggest. And if you're curious, what airport is at the highest MSL commercial? Also in the Andes, El Alto. I can already hear, oh, Lucla. Nope. El Alto beats them by about 3,000 feet. It's at 13,000 feet MSL. Good thing is the runway's just as long, 13,000 feet. It's incredible. I would love to visit this place, but I can't imagine what altitude sickness will be like there. But I would love to. I tell the story all the time every time we go in there. There's a show that comes on TV called The Amazing Race. Lately, they've kind of strayed away from the Andes. But in the beginning, they basically what it is, it's a race around the world. 10 or 20 different stops. And at each stop, there's challenges, be it get to the next one, some mental, what do these flags get to this country, the flag is. That one is actually fun because there are so many flags that look alike. But the best challenges were when they were in South America, especially the Andes. And they made them wrestle. Not at I don't think it was El Alto. Paraguay, maybe. Anyway, they were at altitude and they were way winded. It was, well, yeah, it's incredible. So anyway, it was a great show spotlighting this high elevation living that a lot of these people do. And granted, they're used to it, like Mongolia, but amazing. That's why they call it the Amazing Race. I would love to try it, knowing The challenges, many of them, I just couldn't do. The getting to and from where they want us to go, that would be interesting, although the problem comes into language. And you got to know the language where you are to really be able to get around. And that's also a challenge. Most only know English. And it was a neat show. If you get a chance, I believe Netflix is where we saw, or was it Hulu? Anyway, Hulu, Netflix, they have it and you can watch it. All right. Enough. I would love. Could you have them go into a place like St. Bart's on that landing, or Saba Island? Watch their jaws dropping, how short those runways are, how steep those planes are coming in. Oh my gosh, I would love it. Oh, they actually had an episode where they were in real world flight sims, having to land a Learjet. That's interesting. That was a fun one to watch. And make it by a certain taxi. They had parameters set in. It was kind of interesting. So, yeah, bring a Learjet into St. Bart's. Not. All right, we're about 50 miles now from what is Echo Juliet? I don't think I'm going to be able to pronounce it. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to pronounce that. A lot of people have asked me to kind of change up the music here. The problem with that is, and some of you will say, well, on Twitch, all you got to do is this, and it doesn't matter if you got copyrighted material or not. But I also upload to YouTube, so it does matter. And that's it. It's got to be not copyrighted NCA material. I have a lead. I've listened to it, but the problem is I can't find out, is it copyrighted or not? And I mean, the only way to find out, I know, is to try, but I don't want to be struck out with the first try. So so that's why, folks. These songs that you hear constantly here make it through the mill all the time. I'm not a huge fan of the pretzel rocks or whatever it's called. Just a little too pricey. So I'll just keep these in rotation and hope for some, some other music. But the easiest way for me to at least give it a try is it's got to be not copyrighted material. If it's copywritten, I'm not going to run it. And if I run it and I get a message saying it was, it's gone. I mean, there were some artists I flat out loved, but their material's now copywritten. It wasn't back in the day I started it, became copywritten and now I can't use it. Or became restrictive to this one or that one. I'm just not playing the game. So that's why. And my apologies to you all. But I'm just glad you all are here and watching and enjoying. And we hope to be on the ground in about 20 minutes or so. And by the way, at EJ, which is weird, that this leg should have been, oh well, should have been at 39,000. EJ, we'd start, anyway, just kind of weird to see all of this. And we are about 40 miles from top of descent, as you can see there. 182 from Bogotá.
The cabin crew will be passing through the cabin with hot or cold drinks, as well as a light meal. Alcoholic drinks are also available at a nominal
All right, we're in our descent. Just realized I was muted. Big thing here. Make sure altitude select is up here on your display, as well as you got a green light down below. Okay, Bogotá is 13.9. $104 out. All right, we're slowing to 300, taking our time into the Bogotá area. Currently, no ATC online. Okay, we do have a Atlas aircraft on the deck, so maybe they may get out before we get in, so enjoy. All right, we're descending at a pretty good rate. And now at Volum, it's 14 to 12,000, descending to 12,000. And 250, so... But again, thanks for flying with Mike today. We sure appreciate you being on board, and look forward to the arrival here in Bogotá. And one more time, current weather conditions, 21 minutes old, 120 at 6, broken at 3,500. So temperature spreads good, so we don't have to worry about fog forming up on us. Right, we're 10 minutes out. If you're into predictions, exclamation mark the word predict, a space, and a negative number. Upset some people yesterday with our landing at Para. First time, never landed in the mud. Secondly, I didn't even know where the runway was. Transition levels at 19 here. Coming up on it, 18,000. Okay, again, 1025. Millibars, inches of mercury. Okay, we are set up. I'm going to begin slowing us to 250.
To level off.
Okay, let's get over here.
Approach checklist, please.
Seatbelts and shoulder harness.
Check.
Seatbelts and no smoking signs.
On.
Anti-ice.
Off.
Exterior lights.
Check.
Outer brakes.
Medium.
Radio INS switches.
Radio.
Flight director computer selectors.
Check.
Brake pressure.
Check.
Altimeters.
1, 0, 2, 5. Set and cross-check.
Landing data, EPR and airspeed bugs.
Set and cross-check.
Seatbelts and shoulder harness. Check. Fuel panel. Check. Fuel heat. Let's see. Off. EPR computer. Go around. Cabin altitude. Check. Circuit breakers. Check. Approach checklist completed.
All right. So from Volum to Dorsa at 250. Not really sure why he's barking. I don't think he knows either. All right, we're about to come over Villa. Yeah, I look out here and I go, yeah, we got to. So, and again, we could have been through 14,000 descending, but I like being on track. All right, we're turning now to go to Dorsa. At Dorsa, I'm going to slow us. Now, we stay at 12,000 all the way to Bogotá, VOR. And then we'll be starting to pick up our actually, I know well, we might be picking up our ILS. We might. Okay. Come on. All right. Screw it. We'll just go this way. Okay, we're set up for our next. Okay, so we, by the time we get to Bogotá, we could be to flaps 10, maybe 20. A little intimidating, isn't it, folks? These are some very high mountains. 15,000, you're safe. And you can see where we're getting that broken sky. I thought I asked someone in the crowd to fix that. I guess they were unable. All right, we're about ready to turn to Bogotá. Look at the radar returns coming in. Here we go. 148 on a course to Bogotá. Okay, I am, well, we're going to wait, make sure we've crossed, and then I'm going to slow us to 230. Okay, we have an ILS indication. And after Mosby, I'm slow Gavels. Oh my goodness. Get over that ridge and we'll be seeing the city of Bogotá. Did I set that right? I certainly did. Okay, so the ILS 1070 here. 135 is our course. We are tracking direct Bogotá right now. Okay, here comes Mosby. And I'm going to slow us to 195. Guess I should start announcing Bogotá traffic, FedEx 811 heavy, Mosby inbound for the ILS 14 right.
Flaps 1. Flaps 5.
All right, let me switch over. Gavel, now let's get on the ILS chart. All right, we're about to cross Bogotá.
Pull up.
Flaps 10. Gear down.
Okay, runways are in sight.
Gears down. Green light. Flaps 20.
Okay, gear down, green light, brakes set, spoilers armed.
Flaps 25. Flaps 30.
Landing checklist.
Gear.
Down and check.
Down and check. Flaps.
Flaps 30.
Flaps 30. Spoilers.
Armed.
Ignition.
Flight start.
Anti-skid.
Check.
Altimeters. 1, 0, 2, 5. Set and cross-checked. Landing checklist completed.
$10,000.
Okay, flaps full green on the landing gear and cleared to land. Bogotá traffic, FedEx 811, 5-mile final, 4, runway 14 right. Okay, last chance. Exclamation mark the word predict, space, and a negative number.
1,000.
I got Atlas on the taxi.
$500. Approaching minimum.
Landing.
Minimums.
Glide slope. Glide slope. Glide slope. Glide slope.
$50, $40, $30, $20, $10.
Check reverse. Out, off, reverse.
Bogotá traffic Giant 1849, line up and take off at runway 14 right, Bogotá traffic.
Auto brake off.
Bogotá traffic, FedEx 811's clear runway 14 right to the cargo ramp.
Thank you so much, sir.
Flaps 1. Flaps up.
Yacht 1849, line up and take off, runway 14 right, Bogotá traffic.
After landing checklist.
Brake pressure.
Check.
Body gear steering.
Arm.
Auto brakes.
Off.
Ignition.
Off.
Engine and wing anti-ice.
Off.
Radar and transponder.
Damn. Stand by.
Flaps.
Up.
Spoilers.
Down.
Stabilizer trim.
Damn. Seven units.
Outflow valves. Open. Pressurization mode selector. This. Manual. Aft cargo heat. Off. APU. Check. Checklist completed.
See how it comes in handy, folks? All right, well, we're going to head on down here.
Cabin crew, take your seats. Cockpit to ground. Put the chocks on.
Chocks are on.
Cabin crew, disarm slides. All right, secure cockpit checklist.
Brakes. Beacon lights.
Off.
INS.
Align.
Probe and window heat.
Off.
Pack valves. Check. Fuel boost pumps. This. Off. Reserve tank valves. Closed. Hydraulic panel. Check. Oxygen. Check. Flight recorder. Off.
Emergency lights.
Off.
Radar.
Off.
INS. Off. Radio switches. Wait.
Checklist completed.
All right. Well, again, welcome to Bogotá. Sorry for that little brief pause there in talking. We are on the ground at Bogotá in our parking spot. And we're just about to go ahead and start unloading. All right, I hope you enjoyed. It was a fun flight. We're going to go through the numbers here in a second, just get you a nice look. Giant did a pretty decent takeoff. Wasn't really sure he was going to wait for me to get off the runway. But he did, and we had a good time. Let's go ahead and disconnect. So there you have it. We are unloading, as I said, the same way we loaded. cargo is coming off. People are too. We'll just kind of sit here, and when we should see those doors close when we hit, you know what, let's just keep it right here. All right, let me get in here, do a couple things real quick. Actually, I don't need to move that screen. Hang on, let's do this. And hang on a second. Okay, so I've brought in FedEx Express Virtual's ACARS system. Very simple, very easy to use. All we got to do here at the end is click stop. There's what we landed at speed-wise. There's our frame rates, what we were doing number-wise. I'm just going to put in our call sign and click log. That's it. And it is done. All right, that was good. Really nice flight. Really enjoyed. Let me just make sure we're on the board here. We are. Good deal. All right, so let's look. Cargo is going to be just about at the same time the people are. Kind of curious, will it close the doors? Shouldn't, because you should be looking to upload after this. There they go. And if we pop in, down to few stragglers coming off the plane. Granted, cargo, which would take time to unload anyway. There you have it. The airplane's unloaded, folks. All right. What a great flight. Here's where we are. At the airport on the map there. All right. So let's get up here. Let's do the really good stuff. Let's see how we did. First off, Elevatech. This is a program I am helping alpha test. Not putting a lot of input in because I don't know really what I'm seeing that I need to tell them about. They've got a pretty good product. And the only thing is, I wish they had more along the way of flight planning. 49 feet a minute, 154, 1G on the landing. Hawker, if you were just here today. Anyway, yep, looks good. But the problem is that doesn't really give you everything, and there's no way to click in to get more information, which is fine. Not every, and now San Juan's up with their center. And you all didn't see that. Doggone it. All right, well, let's go to Sim Toolkit. That's the one I prefer because it really does give a lot of information. Usually a little harder on us, and actually a little easier on us. Like I said, Hawker, you missed your flight. All right, so all you got to do is click on it. And basically, anytime you come in here and you want to see, what did I do on this run here to Hanoi? Click Logbook, and this will come up. View details, and you're going to get the same thing we just saw. Okay. 2 hour, 46 minutes, 950 miles, 2,700 or 27,000 kilograms, 1G, 43 feet a minute at 154 feet or 154 knots. Actually, we landed way fast. We should have been down around 140. Oh well. Now, here's where Sim Toolkit beats Volanta, beats all of them. Aside from the fact it's free, nothing that I have found in this program is payware. And I know some of you out there don't want to pay a dime for anything. You got a program right here. Okay, what Elevatech and Volanta don't tell you, I landed 2,100 feet down the runway. 7 feet right. Now that tells you a lot that I actually orientated the plane pretty decently. Although we kind of floated, and that is because of that speed we were carrying. Here is the mark we aim for. It's very visible in visual conditions, very, very visible. And that's where we were. I actually thought it was going to land. I really thought it was going to hit it. And then it floated. So, but that's where you go. In this case, about 1,000 or so feet down. Okay, now the other part of these markings are 500 feet apart. The last set of hashes, that is the end of where you should land, but it doesn't mean if you go out of it, you're going to get a ticket. You know, the police are going to run out, pull you over and go, hey, do you realize? No, they're not going to do that. You got to be thinking, though, because here you're now about 2,500 feet, 2,600 feet down, or maybe 3,000 on a 12,000 foot runway. So you do have to start thinking about, you know, do you have enough runway? Yes, usually you do. So, and then here's the rest of the numbers. And this you can sometimes get from the others, but it really, really helps. Look at that. Heading almost dead on what we were supposed to be. Pitch 3 degrees. Like I said, if we could have bled that speed off better, we would have been in a lot. I mean, who knows what this landing would have been. 43 feet a minute. What a landing. All right. Well, that is going to be a wrap. And I hope you all enjoyed San Juan to Bogotá, FedEx Express Virtual. And again, if you are looking to join a VA, our group would really love for you. As long as you know how to fly the airplanes we have, they love to have you. They don't care if you're on VATSIM. They don't care if you're on IVAO. They just want you flying. Flight a month. And and their software, their websites help you to know, am I getting delinquent? So check them out, FedEx or FDX VA, Fox Delta X-Ray Victor Alpha dot Oscar Romeo Golf. Also for the 747 you saw flying today, I know several of you talked about it. Here's a link to it. Check it out. He keeps it up to date. And they have a really good Discord channel. If you have questions, and I have asked so many questions down here, very nice, very great, very knowledged people, many of them flight crew members in the cockpit of the 747-200. Several of them flight engineers. So you get a lot of questions answered about operating this aircraft. So it is, I'm calling it a study level aircraft. In my opinion, it is. Now, whether you agree or not, you know, we can quibble over that. So I hope you enjoyed. We had a wonderful flight today. We had somewhat of some ATC out there. Not really sure what he was doing, or I'm not sure he knew what he was doing. So I hope you all enjoy. We'll see you again tomorrow. We got an interesting pair of flights. Check out the about below or a Discord in the flight schedule. See you tomorrow. God bless you all. Have a great day. Keep yourself safe. And if you have any questions, because I would like to invite you to meet Jesus Christ in your life, talk to me. I'd love to hear from you. So, I hope you all have a great night. You can catch me on a whisper. You can catch me on a DM. However, I would love to introduce you. Y'all have a great night.